Hurry up, 5 minutes. 5 minutos. Esta noche es muy caliente.
Hey, download your TikTok app today so you can have Chinese spyware in your house for free. You go down! Give me money!
Fucking future!
We're talking about a fat ass and everything, yeah.
I said loud ass. It's like I took a poop and it was one of those painful ones that brings a tear to your eye. Oh, now to get some drank. We need some drank. We gonna get some drank. We gonna get some drank. Excuse you, Miss Polly Prissy Pants. What we gonna drink? I don't know. What we gonna drink? Whiskey? Oh, okay. Sounds good. Hey y'all, look. Look, I got some balls in here. Ooh, balls. Balls. I got me some balls up in here. So the question is, what are we gonna drink? We gonna drink this creek water? We could. I think I killed chicken cock last week. Ooh. We can get all that fire, that creek water. Alright, what was the next thing we gotta do? Need to get some water, and we can, start the stream. Something like that. And then balls. Balls in your court. But instead she said balls to you. You know what that means, folks. We get balls. Oh! Can't reach that mug. And I don't have a table. This is unacceptable. For many reasons. What are those reasons? I don't know. There are some kind of reasons I've got, though. Oh yeah, because I can't reach my whiskey. Alright, well I suppose the tablet doesn't need to be up and open for it to play music. It's all a fucking trap anyways. Now we get the whiskey. Then you get the power. Oh, you can see the seam. Wonder how many more uses I'm going to get out of this. This is like the very first time I'm using these whiskey cubes or these steel whiskey balls. Whiskey balls! Whiskey balls! A little far. Book. Oh, I don't have the force with me today, so I'm gonna have to actually Reach for the sky, partner. What? No. Not all that. You know what makes things a lot harder on Books and Bourbon? Me doing dip. Dip. I mean, it'll extend our first break a little bit longer. Oh no, I still have more chicken cock. Yes. I got more chicken cock. That's some yummy whiskey right there. What was I trying to say? We're doing the thing. Buy one, get one on everything. I'm just kidding. There's no sale. But there is a sale on subs. I think it's 30% off. So, you know, for those of you that were sub curious, it's available for you for a discounted price this month. I don't know if that counts if you buy a whole bunch at once, but I do know that you could save your money on car insurance by not paying it. Comes with consequences, though. There are little asterisks on that. May lose driver's license. Careful with that one. That one's a dangerous game, my friend. Are you going at it, eh? Get some, son. See? See, if you don't pay attention, you miss shit like that. Oh. Check out my new mix amp, guys. I don't know if it's going to work, but it lights up. Yeah, boy. Oh, that's nice. It didn't even come in a fucking box. They just threw it in a fucking bubble wrap fucking envelope, and they're like, that's good enough. It's fine. It only cost $70. Who gives a shit? Ugh. I don't know what to say at this point. Do we just sit around a little bit longer? Do I just walk out for about 5-10 minutes hoping that somebody will show up? I mean, I can read to myself. That doesn't require my lips to move. I guess everybody's too caught up in their own thing to look out for little old me. Oh. Okay, so the book that I'm reading is Slash. Well, Slash's autobiography. Slash with Anthony Bozza. I don't know, is Bozza or Boza? Boza? Buza? I don't know. I'm sure there's lots of different possible pronunciations. Only one correct one, because most languages that aren't English actually have rules, and people abide by said rules. You know what I'm saying? Should know what I'm saying. I mean, if you were here, you would know what I was saying. But since nobody's here, I'm just a man in a padded room talking to himself with this big old Jackie O lantern. Okay. I thought you could see him with the left shoulder. It turns out it was the right shoulder. Huh? How you guys like my fucking jack-o'-lantern? That bitch is dope, ain't it? Yeah, it's pretty sweet. You know, an impulse buy. I'm buying random shit at Home Depot and I see this. I'm like, oh, pumpkin. I wanted to get in the Christmas spirit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Not you, but you know. Look, it's even got colored pictures inside it. Look at that sweaty man. That's a man right there. Well, you know, of all things I've ever been accused of being, dirty dog, liar, cheater, it doesn't matter if any of these attacks are true, but, you know, I don't think I've ever been accused of being a man. I wonder why. I drink booze. I can change a tire, change out fluids. Oh no, I'm just babbling. Babbling to myself. Well, you guys with all this chatter over here have convinced me to take an early break. And I know I just started, but I don't give a shit. You guys filter in and say hi at your own pace. I will take my chat monitor with me and we'll go from there. Dicks. Be right back. Oh, choppy, choppy, choppy. Oh. I'm not putting up the Be Right Back screen because nobody's here. Why should I bother? Somebody will be like, oh, I thought, yeah, okay. Penis.
Front door open.
La 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 la. I was waiting to get more than one viewer before I started reading, but it looks like tonight's going to be one of those fuck-ass nights. Might just have to go to streaming one day a week. I don't know. Welcome to the Nobody Watches channel. And I put on classical music because, well, I'm less likely to get copyright stricken. Fucking fingers goddamn crossed on that shit. The bots are fucking ferocious. There we go. We good? We good? Yeah. Oh. Got my new steel friggin' whiskey cubes. Well, they're not cubes, are they? They're spheres. Whatever. Penis. Having considered all things. There's a picture of Slash right there, sitting on a chair backwards with his legs spread wide open on some train tracks. Having considered all things. It felt like a baseball bat to my chest, but one swung from the inside. Clear blue spots lit up in the corners of my vision. It was abrupt, bloodless, silent violence. Nothing was visibly broken. Nothing had changed to the naked eye, but the pain made my world stand still. I kept playing. I finished the song. The audience didn't know that my heart had done a somersault just before my solo. My body had delivered its karmic retribution, reminding me on stage of how many times I'd intentionally served it up a similar loop-de-loop. The jolt quickly became a dull ache that almost felt good. In any case, I felt more alive than I had a moment before, because I was more alive. The machine in my heart had reminded me of just how precious this life is. Its timing was impeccable. With the full house in front of me, while I played my guitar, the message I got was loud and clear. I got it a few times that night, and I got it every time I was on stage for the rest of that tour. Though I never knew when it was coming. You gotta know when it's coming, brother. You know... Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. We good. We're fucking good. The doctor installed an implantable cardioverter defibrillator in my heart when I was 35. It's a 3-inch long battery-powered generator that was inserted through an incision in my armpit. It constantly monitors my heart rate, delivering electroshocks whenever my beats too dangerously fast or slow. 15 years of overdrinking and drug abuse had swollen that organ to one beat short of exploding. When I was finally hospitalized, I was told I had 6 weeks to live. It's been 6 years since, and this piece of machinery has saved my life more than a few times. I've enjoyed a convenient side effect that the doctor did not intend. When my indulgences have caused my heart to beat too dangerously slow, my defibrillator has popped off, keeping death from my door for one day. It also shocks my heart into submission when it beats fast enough to court cardiac arrest. It's a good thing I got it adjusted before the first... Yeah, right. It's a good thing I got it adjusted before the first Velvet Revolver tour. I did that once sober for the most part. Sober enough that the excitement of playing with a band I believed in to fans who believed in us moved me to my core. I hadn't been that inspired in years. I ran all over the stage. I basked in our collective energy. My heart raced with excitement, hard enough to trigger the machine inside me on stage every night. It wasn't pleasant, but I began to welcome these reminders. I saw them for what they were. Strange moments of alienated clarity, moments of out of time that encapsulated a life's worth of hard-won wisdom. And that's the intro to Slash. Slash! Oh my goodness, what a cute kid! Anyways. Stoked. I was born on July 23, 1965 in Stoke-on-Trent, England, the town where Lemmy Kilmister of Motorhead was born. Kilmister was born 20 years before me. It was the year that rock and roll as we know it became the greater than the sum of its parts. The year a few isolated bands changed pop music forever. The Beatles released Rubber Soul that year, and the Stones released Rolling Stones No. 2, the best of their collections of blues covers. There was a creative revolution afoot that has never been equaled, and I'm proud to be a byproduct of it. My mom is an African American, and my dad is English and white. They met in Paris in the 60s, fell in love, and had me. Their brand of interracial intercontinental communion wasn't the norm, and neither was their boundless creativity. I thank them for being who they are. They exposed me to the environment so rich and colorful and unique, and that what I experienced, even while very young, made a permanent impression on me. My parents treated me as an equal as soon as I could stand, and they taught me, on the fly, how to deal with whatever came my way in the only type of life I've ever known. Man, that dude, I guess that's his dad? No, I don't know. He looks a bit like Jared Leto. Is he Jared Leto's father too? Maybe. Anyways, you know white guys with beards all look alike, right? Anyways, my mom, Ola, was 17 and my dad, Anthony, Tony, was 20 when they met. He was born a painter, and like painters historically do, he left his stuffy hometown to find himself in Paris. My mom was precocious and exuberant, young and beautiful. She left Los Angeles to see the world and make connections in fashion. When their journeys intersected, they fell in love. Then they got married in England. And then I came along and they set about creating their life together. My mom's career as a costume designer started around 1966, and over the course of it, her clients included Flip Wilson, Ringo Starr, and John Lennon. She also worked for the Pointer Sisters, Helen Reddy, Linda Ronstadt, and James Taylor. Sylvester was one of her clients too. He is no longer with us, but he was a disco artist who was like the gay Sly Stone. He had a great voice and was a super good person in my eyes. He gave me a black and white rat that I named Mickey. Mickey was a badass. He never flinched, even when I fed rats to my snakes. He survived a fall from my bedroom window after he was tossed out by my younger brother, and it was no worse for the wear when he showed up at our back door 3 days later. Mickey also survived the accidental removal of a section of his tail when the inner chassis of our sofa bed cut it off, as well as close to a year without food or water. We left him behind by mistake in an apartment that we used as a storage space. And when we eventually popped in to pick up some boxes, Mickey came up to me congenially as if I'd been gone only a day, as if to say, "Hey, where you been?" Mickey was one of my more memorable pets. There have been many, from my mountain lion, Curtis, to the hundreds of snakes I've raised. Basically, I am a self-taught zookeeper, and I definitely relate to the animals I've lived with better than to most of the humans I've known. Those animals and I share a point of view that most people forget. At the end of the day, life is about survival. Once that lesson is learned, earning the trust of an animal that might eat you in the wild is a defining and rewarding experience. Well, who'd have thunk it? Enjoying the journey. Hope everyone is doing well today. Mom, waffles. Ooh, that's whiskey right there. Soon after I was born, my mother returned to LA to expand her business and to lay the financial foundation of our family was built upon. My dad raised me in England at his parents, Charles and Sybil Hudson's home, for 4 years. It wasn't easy on him. I was a pretty intuitive kid, but I could not discern the depth of the tension there. My dad and his dad, Charles, from what I understand, had less than the best relationship. Tony was the middle of 3 sons, and he was every bit the middle child upstart. His younger brother Ian and his older brother David were much more in step with the family's values. My dad went to art school. He was everything his father wasn't. Tony was the 60s, and he stood up for his beliefs as wholeheartedly as his father condemned them. My grandfather Charles was a fireman from Stoke, a community that somehow skated through history unchanged. Most residents of Stoke never leave. Like many, my grandparents have never ventured the 100 or so miles south to London. Tony's unyielding vision of attending art school and making a living through painting was something Charles could not stomach. Their clash of opinion fueled constant arguments and often led to violent exchanges. Tony claims that Charles beat him senseless on a regular basis for most of his youth. What a class act right there. My grandfather was as consummately representative of 1950s Britain as his son was of the 60s. Charles wanted to see everything in its right place, while Tony wanted to rearrange and repaint it all. I imagine that my grandfather was properly appalled when his son returned from Paris, in love with a carefree black American. I wonder what he said when Tony told him that he intended to be married and raise their newborn child under their roof until he and Mom got their affairs in order. All things considered, I'm touched by how much diplomacy was displayed by the parties involved. Hey, what have you done bringing this half-black child into my house? Ba-ba-bum. My dad took me to London as soon as I could handle the train ride. Maybe 2 or 3, but instinctively I knew how far away it is from Stoke's unending miles of brown brick row houses and quaint families because my dad was into a bit of a bohemian scene. We'd crash on couches and not come back for days. There were lava lamps and black lights and the electric excitement of the open booths and artists along Portobello Road. My dad had never considered himself a bear, but he absorbed that kind of lifestyle through osmosis. It was as if he had handpicked the highlights of that type of life. A love of adventure, hitting the road with nothing but the clothes on your back, finding shelter in apartments full of interesting people. My parents taught me a lot, but I learned their greatest lesson early. Nothing is quite like life on the road. Nothing is. I'm definitely too old for that life. It doesn't matter if I can play the guitar or bass or sing or whatever. That's not the life for me. Maybe a 20-year younger me, but definitely not this current me. Nope. I remember the good things about England. I was the center of my grandparents' attention. I went to school. I was in plays. The 12 Days of Christmas. I was the lead in The Little Drummer Boy. I drew all the time. And once a week I watched The Avengers and The Thunderbirds. Television in the late 60s England was extremely limited and reflected the post-World War II Churchill view of the world of my grandparents' generation. There were only 3 channels back then, and aside from the 2 hours a week that any of them played those 2 programs, all 3 played only the news. It's no wonder that my parents' generation threw themselves headfirst into the cultural shift that was afoot. Once again, Tony and I joined Ola in Los Angeles. He never spoke to his parents again. They disappeared from my life quickly, and I often missed them growing up. My mother encouraged my father to stay in touch, but it made no difference. He had no interest. I didn't see my English relatives again until Guns N' Roses became well known. We played Wembley Stadium in 1992. The Hudson Clan came out in force. Backstage before the show, I witnessed one of my uncles, my cousin, my grandfather on his very first trip to London from Stoke, down every drop of liquor in our dressing room. Consumed in full, our booze rider in those days would have killed anyone but us. My first memory of Los Angeles is the Doors' Light My Fire blasting from my parents' turntable every day, all day long. In the late 60s and early 70s, LA was a place to be, especially for young Brits involved in the arts or music. There was ample creative work compared to the still stodgy system in England, and the weather was nothing but paradise compared to London's rain and fog. Besides, deserting England for Yankee shores was the best way to flip off the system and your upbringing, and my dad was more than happy to do so. My mother continued her work as a fashion designer, while my father parlayed his natural artistic talent into graphic design. My mom had connections in the music industry, so her husband was soon designing album covers. We lived off Laurel Canyon Boulevard in a very 60s community up at the top of Lookout Mountain Road. That area of Los Angeles has always been a creative haven because of the bohemian nature of the landscape. The houses are set right into the mountainside among lush foliage. Lush foliage, okay. They are bungalows with guest houses and any odd number of structures that allow for very organic communal living. There was a very cozy enclave of artists and musicians living up there when I was young. Joni Mitchell lived a few houses down from us. Jim Morrison lived behind the Canyon store at the time, as did a young Glenn Frey, who was just putting together the Eagles. It was the kind of atmosphere where everyone was connected. My mom designed Joni's clothes while my dad designed her album covers. David Geffen was a close friend of ours too, and I remember him well. He signed Guns N' Roses years later, though when he did, he didn't know who I was, and I didn't tell him. He called Ola at Christmas in 1987 and asked her how I was doing. "You should know how he's doing," she said. "You just put his band's first record out." Well. After a year or two in Laurel Canyon, we moved south to an apartment on Doheny. I changed schools, and that is where I discovered just how different the average kid lived. I never had a traditional kid room full of toys and primary colors. Our homes were never painted in common neutral tones. The essence of pot was incense, and incense usually hung in the air. The vibe was always bright, but the color scheme was always dark. It was fine with me, because I was never concerned with connecting with kids my age. I preferred the company of adults because my parents' friends are still some of the most colorful characters I've ever known. Same. Oh! I listened to the radio 24/7, usually KHJ on the AM dial. I slept with it on. I did my homework and got good grades, although my teacher said I had a short attention span and daydreamed all the time. The truth is, my passion was art. I loved the French post-impressionist painter Henri Rousseau, and, like him, I drew jungle scenes full of my favorite animals. My obsession with snakes started very early. The first time my mother took me to Big Sur, California, to visit a friend and camp up there, I was 6 years old, and I spent hours in the woods catching snakes. I'd dig under every bush and tree until I'd filled an unused aquarium. Then I'd let them go. That wasn't the only excitement I experienced on that outing. My mom and her friend were very similarly wild, carefree young women who enjoyed racing my mom's Volkswagen Bug along the twisting cliffside roads. I remember speeding along in the passenger seat scared stiff, looking out my window at the rocks and the ocean that lay below, just inches past my door. Slash used to be convinced that he was a dinosaur. Then he entered his Mowgli phase. "Look at that cute little bastard right there, just sitting there in the sumbitch, the reeds, the weeds, the lions and tigers and bears, oh my." The sight of a guitar still turns me on. Okay, well, it's weird sexing, I gotcha. My parents' record collection was flawless. They listened to everything from Beethoven to Led Zeppelin, and I continued to find undiscovered gems in their library well into my teens. I knew every artist of the day because my parents took me to concerts constantly, and since my mom took me to work with her often as well. At a very early age, I was exposed to the inner workings of entertainment. I saw the inside of many recording studios and rehearsal spaces, as well as TV and film sets. I saw many of Joni Mitchell's recording and rehearsal sessions. I also saw Flip Wilson, a comic who was huge then, but whom time has forgotten, record his TV show. I saw Australian pop singer Helen Reddy rehearse and perform, and was there when Linda Ronstadt played the Troubadour. Mom also took me along when she outfitted Bill Cosby for his stand-up gigs and made his few one-off pieces. I remember going with her to see the Pointer Sisters. All of that was over the course of her career, but when we lived at that apartment on Doheny, her business was really taking off. Carly Simon came over to the house, soul singer, Minnie Riperton as well. I met Stevie Wonder and Diana Ross. My mom tells me that I met John Lennon too, but unfortunately I don't remember that at all. I do remember meeting Ringo Starr. My mom designed the very Parliament Funkadelic outfit that Ringo wore on the cover of his 1974 album, Goodnight Vienna. It was high-waisted and metallic gray, with the white star in the middle of the chest. Every backstage or soundstage scene that I saw with my mother worked some kind of strange magic on me. I had no idea what was going on, but I was fascinated by the machinations of performance back then, and I am still now. A stage full of instruments, awaiting a band is exciting to me. The sight of a guitar still turns me on. There is an understated wonder in both of them. They hold the ability to transcend reality, given the right set of players. Slash and his brother Albion at the La Brea Tar Pits. Boop, boop, boop. Hey, cute little kids. Alright, anyways. My brother Albion was born in December 1972. That changed the dynamic of my family a bit. Suddenly there was a new personality among us. It was cool to have a little brother, and I was glad to be one of his caretakers. I loved it when my parents would ask me to look after him. But it wasn't long after that I began to notice a greater change in our family. What? You hate reading? Oh, what? Okay. My parents weren't the same when they were together, and too often apart they were apart. Things started to get bad, I think, once we moved into the apartment on Doheny Drive, and my mom's business began to really succeed. Our address was 710 North Doheny, by the way, which is now a vacant lot where Christmas trees are sold in December. I should also mention that our next door neighbor in that building was the original self-proclaimed Black Elvis, who can be booked for parties in Las Vegas if anyone's interested. Now that I'm older, I can see some of the obvious issues that ate away at my parents' relationship. My father never liked how close my mother was to her mother. It bruised his pride when his mother-in-law helped us financially, and he was never fond of her involvement in the family. His drinking didn't help things. My dad used to like to drink. A lot. He was a stereotypically bad drinker. He was never violent because my dad is too smart and complicated to ever express himself through brute violence. But he had a bad temper under the influence. When he was drunk, he'd act out by making inappropriate comments at the expense of those in his presence. Needless to say, he burned many bridges that way. Oh, don't I know, brother? And it's like, I do pretty much the same thing. But, you know, it's not... I don't know. If I'm mean to you, it's probably because I like you. Whiskey. Balls. Oh, I got my new whiskey stones today. Whoop. There's 2 of those in there. Robot balls. We are reading Slash autobiography. Right? Fuck off. Could you like me a little less? Wow. I was only 8, but I should have known that something was really wrong. My parents never treated each other with anything but respect, but in the months before they split up, they completely avoided each other. My mom was out most nights, and Dad spent those nights in the kitchen, somber and alone, drinking red wine and listening to the piano compositions of Eric Satie. Is it Satie? I don't know. When my mom was home, my dad and I went out on long walks. He walked everywhere, in England and Los Angeles. In pre-Charles Manson LA, before the Manson clan murdered Sharon Tate and her friends, we also used to hitchhike everywhere. LA was innocent before that. Those murders signified the end of the utopian ideas of the 60s flower power era. Huh, never thought I'd be thankful for Charles Manson. What? Anyways. My childhood memories of Tony are cinematic. All of them afternoons spent looking up at him, walking by his side. It was on one of those walks that we ended up at Fat Burger, where he told me that he and Mom were separating. I was devastated. The only stability I'd known was done. I didn't ask questions, I just stared at my hamburger. When my mom sat me down to explain the situation later that night, she pointed out the practical benefits. I'd have 2 houses to live in. Thought about that for a while, and it made sense in a way, but it sounded like a lie. I nodded while she spoke, but I stopped listening. My parents' separation was amicable yet awkward because they didn't divorce until years later. They often lived within walking distance of each other and socialized in the same circle of friends. When they split up, my little brother was just 2 years old. So for obvious reasons, they agreed that he should be in his mother's care, but left me the option of living with either one of them. I chose to live with my mother. Ola supported us as best she could, traveling constantly to wherever work took her. Out of necessity, my brother and I were shuffled between my mom's house and my grandmother's home. My parents' house had always been busy, interesting, and unconventional, but it had always been stable. Once their bond was broken, though, constant transition became the norm for me. Oh, you have whiskey? Oh, nice. Whiskey sounds nice. Separation was very hard on my father, and I didn't see him for quite a while. It was hard on all of us. It finally became reality to me once I saw my mother in the company of another man. That man was David Bowie. The hell'd you send me, Nate? I swear to God. Oh, thanks. Poop. In 1975, my mother started working closely with David Bowie while he was recording Station to Station. She had been designing clothes for him since Young Americans. So when he signed on to star in the film The Man Who Fell to Earth, my mom was hired to do the costumes for the film, which shot in New Mexico. Along the way, she and Bowie embarked on a semi-intense affair. Looking back on it now, it might not have been that big of a deal at the time. It was like watching an alien land in your backyard. After my parents split up, my mom, my brother, and I moved into a house on Rangeley Drive. It was a very cool house. The walls of the living room were sky blue and emblazoned with clouds. There was a piano, and my mom's record collection took up an entire wall. It was inviting and cozy. Bowie came by often, with his wife Angie and their son Zoe in tow. Zowie! My bad. The 70s were unique. It seemed entirely natural for Bowie to bring his wife and son to the home of his lover so that we might all hang out. At the time, my mother practiced the same form of transcendental meditation that David did. They chanted before the shrine she maintained in the bedroom. I accepted David once I got to know him because he's smart, funny, and intensely creative. My experience of him off stage enriched my experience of him on stage. I went to see him with my mom at the LA Forum in 1975, and, as I have been so many times since, the moment he came out on stage in character, I was captivated. His entire concert was the essence of performance. I saw the familiar elements of a man I'd gotten to know exaggerated to the extreme. He had reduced rock stardom to its roots. Being a rock star is the intersection of who you are and who you want to be. 20-inch high hooligans. Oh, look at that. Look at that ridiculous bunny hop. Yes, sir. Oh, you wish you had some whiskey. I'm sorry. I thought you said you had whiskey. Come on over. I'll pour you a glass. And you can just sit over my shoulder like Andy Richter or the guy who used to do the publisher, Ed McMahon. You know, I could use an Andy Richter, even though I look more like an Andy Richter than a host. But don't worry about it. Yeah, that's whiskey for you. Ah. Chapter 2. No one expects the rug to be yanked out from under them. Life-changing events usually don't announce themselves. While instinct and intuition can help provide some warning signs, they can do little to prepare you for the feeling of rootlessness that follows when fate flips your world upside down. Anger, confusion, sadness, and frustration are shaken up together inside you like a snow globe. It takes years for the emotional dust to settle, as you do your best just to see them through the storm. My parents' separation was a picture of an agreeable split. There were no fights or ugly behavior, no lawyers and no courts. Yet it still took me years to come to terms with the hurt. I lost a piece of who I was and had to redefine myself on my own terms. I learned a lot, but those lessons didn't help me later on when the only other family I'd known disintegrated. I saw the signs that time, when Guns N' Roses started to come apart at the seams. But even though I did the leaving that time, the same blizzard of feelings lay in wait for me. It was every bit as hard to find my way back to that path again. To my path again. You gonna do the damn thing, man. When my parents got separated, I was transformed by the sudden change. Inside, I was still a good kid, but on the outside, I became a problem child. Expressing my emotions is still one of my weaknesses, and what I felt then defied words, so I followed my natural inclinations. I acted out drastically and became a bit of a disciplinary problem at school. Am I reading Slash's book or mine? Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. Mine's a lot more boring than his. A little bit less substance abuse. Because, money. At home, my parents' promise of a two-abode existence that wouldn't change a thing hadn't come to pass. I hardly saw my dad for the first year or so that they were apart, and when I did, it was intense and weird. As I mentioned, the divorce hit him hard, and watching him adjust was difficult for me. For a while, he couldn't work at all. He lived meagerly and hung out among his artist friends. When I visited with him, I was along for the ride, as he and his friends hung out, drank a lot of red wine, and discussed art and literature. The conversation typically turning to Picasso, my dad's favorite artist. Dad and I would go on adventures too, either to the library or the art museum where we'd sit together and draw. My mother was home less than ever. She worked constantly, traveling often to support my brother and me. We spent a lot of time with my grandmother, Ola Sr., who was always our saving grace when Mom couldn't make ends meet. We also spent time with my aunt and cousins who lived in greater South Central LA. Their house was boisterous, filled with the energy of a lot of kids. Our visits there brought some regularity to our idea of family. But all things considered, I had a lot of time on my hands and I took advantage of it. Once I was 12, I grew up fast. I had sex, I drank, I smoked cigarettes, I did drugs, I stole, I got kicked out of school and on a few occasions, I would have gone to jail if I hadn't been underage. I was acting out, making my life as intense and unstable as I felt inside. A trait that always defined me really came into its own in this period. The intensity with which I pursue my interests. My primary passion by the time I was 12 had shifted from drawing to bicycle motocross. In 1977, BMX racing was the newest extreme sport to follow the surfing and skateboarding craze of the late 60s. It already had a few bona fide stars such as Stu Thompson and Scott Breithaupt. A few magazines such as Bicycle Motocross, Action, and American Freestyler, and more semi-pro and pro competitions were popping up constantly. My grandmother brought me a Webco, and I was hooked. I started winning races and was listed in a couple of magazines as an up-and-coming rider in the 13 to 14 age category. I loved it. I was ready to go pro once I landed a sponsor, but something was missing. My feelings weren't clear enough for me to vocalize just what BMX didn't satisfy inside me. I'd know it when I found it a few years later. After school, I hung out at bike shops and became part of a team riding for a store called Spokes and Stuff, where I began to collect a bunch of older friends, much older friends. Some of the other older guys worked at Schwinn in Santa Monica. 10 or so of us would ride around Hollywood every night, and all but 2 of us, they were brothers, came from disturbed or broken domestic situations of some kind. We found solace in one another's company. Our time spent together was the only regular companionship any of us could count on. We would meet up every afternoon in Hollywood and ride everywhere from Culver City to the La Brea tar pits, treating the streets as our bike park. We'd jump off every sloped surface we could find, and whether it was midnight or the middle of rush hour, we always disrespected the pedestrians' right of way. We were just scrappy kids on 20-inch high bikes, but multiplied by 10 in a pack, whizzing down the sidewalk at top speed, we were forced to be reckoned with. We'd jump onto a bus bench, sometimes while some poor stranger was sitting there. We'd hop fire hydrants, and we'd compete constantly to outdo one another. We were disillusioned teenagers trying to navigate difficult times in our lives. And we did so by bunny hopping all over sidewalks of LA. We'd ride this dirt track out in the valley by the youth center in Reseda. It was about 15 miles from Hollywood, which is an ambitious goal on a BMX bike. We used to hitch rides on bumpers over Laurel Canyon Boulevard to cut down on our travel time. It's nothing I'd advise, but we treated passing cars like seats on a ski chairlift. We'd wait on the shoulder, then one by one we'd grab a car and ride it up the hill. Balancing a bike, even one with a low center of gravity while holding onto a car driving 30 or 40 miles an hour, is thrilling but tricky on flat ground. Attempting it on a series of tight uphill S-curves like Laurel Canyon is something else. I'm still not sure how none of us were ever run over. It surprises me more to remember that I did that ride both up and downhill without brakes more often than not. In my mind, being the youngest meant I had something to prove to my friends every time we rode. Judging by the looks on their faces after some of my stunts, I succeeded. They might have only been teenagers, but my friends weren't easily impressed. Waffles. Nate, are you telling me I'm drinking for two? Don't challenge me, son. I'll do it. To tell you the truth, we were a gnarly little gang. One of them was Danny McCracken. He was 16, a strong, heavy, silent type. He was already a guy everyone instinctively knew not to fuck with. One night, Danny and I stole a bike with bent forks, and while he deliberately bunny hopped it to break the forks and make all of us laugh, he fell over the handlebars and slashed his wrist wide open. I saw it coming and watched it as if in slow motion as blood started squirting everywhere. "Ah!" Danny shouted. Even in pain, Danny's voice was oddly soft-spoken, considering his size. Kind of like Mike Tyson's. Holy shit. Fuck! Danny's fucked up! Danny lived just around the corner, so two of us held our hands over his wrist as blood kept squirting between our fingers as we walked him home. We got to his porch and rang the bell. His mom came to the door and we showed Danny her Danny's wrist. She looked at us unfazed in disbelief. "What the fuck do you want me to do about it?" she said, and slammed the door. We didn't know what to do. By this time, Danny's face was pale. We didn't even know where the nearest hospital was. We walked him back down the street, blood still spurting all over us, and flagged down the first car we saw. I stuck my head in the window. "Hey, my friend is bleeding to death. Can you take him to the hospital?" I said hysterically. "He's gonna die." Luckily, the lady driving was a nurse. She put Danny in the front seat, and we followed her car on our bikes. When he got to the emergency room, Danny didn't have to wait. Blood was pumping out of his wrist like a victim in a horror movie, so they admitted him immediately. As the mild people in the waiting room looked on, pissed. The doctor stitched up his wrist, but that wasn't the end of it. When he was released into the waiting room where we were waiting for him, he somehow popped off one of his newly sewn stitches, sending a stream of blood skyward that left a trail across the ceiling, which freaked out and disgusted everyone in range. Needless to say, he was readmitted. His second round of sutures did the trick. Sometimes you need to go 2 times, baby. The only stable ones in our gang were John and Mike, who we called the Cowabunga brothers. They were stable for these reasons. They were from the valley, where the typical American suburban life thrived. Their parents were intact, they had sisters, and all of them lived together in a nice, quaint house. But they weren't the only pair of brothers. There were also Jeff and Chris Griffin. Jeff worked at Schwinn, and Chris was his younger brother. Jeff was the most adult of our crew. He was 18 and had a job that he took seriously. These two weren't as functional as the Cowabungas, because Chris tried desperately to be like his older brother and failed miserably. Those two had a hot sister named Tracy, who had dyed her hair black in response to the fact that her entire family was naturally blonde. Tracy had this whole little goth style going on before goth was even a scene. Ooh, go Tracy. And there was Jonathan Watts, who was the biggest head case among us. He was just insane. He would do anything, regardless of the bodily harm or potential incarceration that might befall him. I was only 12, but even so, I knew enough about music and people to find it a bit odd that Jonathan and his dad were dedicated Jethro Tull fans. I mean, they worship Jethro Tull. I'm sorry to say that Jonathan is no longer with us. He died tragically of an overdose after he'd spent years as a raging alcoholic and then a flag waver for Alcoholics Anonymous. I lost touch with him way back, but I saw him again at an AA meeting, and I was ordered to attend. We'll all get to that in just a little bit. After I was arrested one night in the 80s, I couldn't believe it. I walked into this meeting and was listening to all these people speak, and after a while realized that the guy leading the meeting was the one who was as gung-ho about sobriety as Lieutenant Bill Kilgore. Robert Duvall's character in Apocalypse Now had been about surfing was none other than Jonathan Watts. Time is such a powerful catalyst for change. You never know how kindred souls will end up, or where they might see each other again. Back when those guys and I spent many an evening at Laurel Elementary School making very creative use of their playground, it was a hangout for every Hollywood kid with a bike, a skateboard, some booze to drink, or some weed to smoke. The playground had 2 levels connected by long concrete ramps. It begged to be abused by skaters and bikers. We took full advantage of it by deconstructing the playground's picnic tables to make them into jumps that linked with the 2 levels. I'm not proud of our chronic destruction of public property, but riding down those 2 ramps and launching over the fence on my bike was a thrill that was well worth it. As delinquent as it was, it also drew creative types. Many kids in Hollywood who went on to do great things hung out there. I remember Mike Balzery, better known as Flea, hanging out, playing his trumpet, and graffiti artists putting up murals all the time. It wasn't the right forum, but everyone there took pride in the scene we created. Unfortunately, the students and teachers of that school were left paying the bill and cleaning up the aftermath every morning. The principal unwisely decided to take matters into his own hands by lying in wait to confront us one night. It didn't go over well. We kept taunting him. He got too worked up, and my friends and I got into it with him. It got out of hand so quickly that a passerby called the cops. Nothing scatters a pack of kids like the sounds of a siren, so most of those present escaped. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of them. Another kid and I were the only 2 who were caught. We were handcuffed at the handrail to the front of the school. Right on the street, on display for all to see. We were like 2 hog-tied animals going nowhere, and none too happy about it. We refused to cooperate. We cracked wise. We gave them fake names. We did everything, short of oinking at them and calling them pigs. Oh, they kept asking and did their best to scare us, but we refused. Oh wait, okay. Well, we refused to reveal our names and addresses, and since 12-year-olds don't carry ID, they were forced to let us go. Puberty kicked in for me around 13, while I was attending Bancroft Junior High in Hollywood. Whatever I was feeling about my family breaking up took a backseat to the intense surging of hormones. Sitting through a whole day of school seemed pointless, so I started to cut. I began smoking pot regularly and riding my bike intensely. I found it hard to control myself. I just wanted to do whatever I wanted to do at a moment's notice. One night, while my friends and I were scheming about how to break into Spokes and Stuff, the same bike store where we hung out, for what reason I can't remember, I noticed a kid spying on us through the window of an apartment across the alley. "What are you looking at?" I yelled at him. "Don't look at me." Then I threw a brick through the kid's window. His parents called the cops, of course, and the duo that responded to the call chased my friends and me all over the town for the rest of the night. We biked for our lives all over Hollywood and West Hollywood. We turned down one-way streets into oncoming traffic. We cut through alleys and through parks. There was a tenacious Jimmy, Popeye Doyle, Gene Hackman's character in The French Connection. Every time we turned a corner, they were there. Eventually, we fled into the Hollywood Hills and hid in an out-of-the-way canyon like a pack of Wild West outlaws. And just the way it goes in a cowboy movie, when we thought it was safe to leave the hideout and head back to the ranch, we were headed off at the pass by the same two deputies. I assume it was because I was the smallest that they decided to chase me when my friends and I split up. I rode hard all over the neighborhood, unable to shake them until I finally sought refuge in an underground parking garage. I flew down a few levels, weaving between parked cars, hid in a dark corner and lay on the ground, hoping they wouldn't catch me. They had run down there on foot, and by the time they got to my level, I think they were over it. They vigilantly searched between the cars with their flashlights about 100 feet away from me, and they turned back. I got lucky. This battle between my friends and the LAPD continued for the rest of the summer, and it certainly wasn't a constructive use of my time. But in my mind at that point, that's what I considered fun. Fair enough. I was pretty good at keeping my affairs to myself back then, but when I slipped up, my mother and grandmother were very forgiving. I was home as little as possible by the middle of junior high. In the summer of 1978, I had no idea that my grandmother was moving into a unit in a monstrous new complex that occupied an entire block between Kings Road and Santa Monica Boulevard, although I knew the building well because I'd been riding my bike through it since it was a construction site. My friends and I would get high and race one another through the hallways and down the stairwells, slamming doors in one another's faces, jumping onto banisters, and leaving creatively shaped skid marks on the freshly painted walls. We were in the midst of doing so when I came screaming around a corner and nearly bowled over my mother and grandmother, who were carrying armloads of Ola Senior's belongings into her new apartment. I'll never forget the look on my grandmother's face. It was somewhere between shocked and horror. I collected myself and shot a look over my shoulder where I saw the last of my friends take a hard right turn out of sight. I had one leg on the ground and one on the pedal, still thinking that I might get away. "Saul?" Ola Senior said in her too sweet, high-pitched grandmother voice. "Is that you?" "Yes, Grandma," I said. "It's me. How are you doing?" "My friends and I were just coming by to visit." That shit didn't fly at all with my mom, but Ola Senior was glad to see me. So glad to see me that Ola Jr. let me get away with it. In fact, it all worked out so well in the end that a few weeks later I moved into that very apartment, and that's where my junior varsity exploits in Hollywood really began to take off. But we'll get to all of that in just a little bit. I'm not going to overanalyze what became of my other new interest, kleptomania, aside from saying that I was a pissed off early adolescent. I stole what I thought I needed but couldn't afford. I stole what I thought might make me happy, and sometimes I stole just to steal. Wow, that's a naughty Slash. What you doing, mate? I stole a lot of books because I always loved to read. I stole a ton of cassettes because I've always loved music. Cassettes, for those too young to have known them, had their disadvantages. The sound quality wore down. They got tangled up in tape machines, and they melted in direct sunlight. But they were a breeze to lift. They were like a thinner pack of cigarettes, so an ambitious shoplifter could stuff a band's entire catalog in their clothes and walk away unnoticed. At my worst, I'd steal as much as my clothes could hide, then dump my payload in the bushes and go steal more. Sometimes at the same store. One afternoon I stole a few snakes from the aquarium's stock company, a pet store that I used to hang out in so much once they got used to my presence I don't think they ever considered me that I'd steal from them. They weren't complete suckers. I was there out of a true love for the animals they stocked. I just didn't respect the store enough not to take home a few with me. I snatched snakes by wrapping them around my wrist and then putting my jacket on, making sure that they were nestled high enough on my forearm. One day I really went to town and took a load of them, which I stashed somewhere outside. I returned to the store to steal books that would teach me how to care for the rare snakes I'd just stolen. On another occasion, I lifted a Jackson's chameleon, which isn't exactly a subtle steal. They are the horned chameleons that measure about 10 inches and feed on flies. They are as big as small iguanas and have those strange protruding pyramid-like eyes. I had a lot of balls when I was a kid. I just walked right out of the store with it and it was a very expensive exotic member of the pet store jungle. As I walked home with the little guy, I couldn't come up with a story that would adequately explain his presence in my room to my mom. I decided that my only option was to let him live outside on the vine-covered chain-link fence of our backyard by our garbage cans. I had stolen a book on Jackson's chameleons, so I knew they love to eat flies, and I couldn't think of a better place for old Jack to find flies than by the fence behind our garbage.
Hello, motherfucker.
Well, hello to you too, garbage cans, because there are plenty to be had. It was adventurous finding him every day, because he was so skilled at fading into his environment, as chameleons are known to do. It always took me some time to locate him, and I loved the challenge. This arrangement lasted for about 5 months. After a while, he got better and better at hiding among the vines until one day I just couldn't find him at all. I went out there each afternoon for 2 months, but it was no use. I have no idea what happened to old Jack, but considering the myriad possibilities that might have befallen him, I hope it ended well. Well, I'm thinking that a cat or a hawk might have gotten him. Because that's what happens with small animals. They get eaten by bigger animals. Ooh, that's whiskey. Woo! Hello, Cheetah. Hope you're doing well. Better than old Jack, at least. In the backyard eating flies by the garbage can. I'm very lucky not to have been caught for the majority of my shoplifting exploits, because they were pretty extensive. It got this stupid. On a dare, I lifted an inflated rubber raft from a sporting goods store. It took some planning, but I pulled it off, and somehow I didn't get caught. This motherfucker stole an inflated raft. Not a raft in a box. No, that's impressive. I don't condone stealing or kleptomania, guys. Ah, there goes Cheetah being all selfless again. It's no big deal. I'll reveal my methods, such as they were. The raft was hung on a wall near the back door of the store, near the hallway that ran right into the back alleyway. Once I managed to get that back door open without arousing suspicion, pulling the raft off the wall was easy. And once the raft was off the wall and on the floor, hidden from general view by some display of camping gear or whatever, I just waited for the right moment to carry it outside and walk it around the corner to where my friends were waiting for me. I didn't even keep that raft. Once I proved that I'd pulled that dare off, I dumped it 1 block away on someone's front lawn. I'm not proud of it, but all things considered, when I was 10 miles from home with no money and my bike got a flat, I'm glad that it was easy for me to steal an inner tube from Toys R Us. Otherwise, I might have been out there hitching home into God only knows what kind of situations. Still, like anyone who repeatedly tempts fate, I must admit that however often you convince yourself that your actions are necessary, when you know that they're not quite right, they will catch up with you in the end. There's the warning, kids. There's the warning. In my case, and as much as we're talking about shoplifting in the end, I got nabbed at Tower Records on Sunset Boulevard, which was my parents' favorite record shop. I remember that day all too clearly. It was one of those moments when I'd known something was wrong, but embarked on the adventure anyway. I was 15, I think, and I remember thinking, as I parked my BMX outside, that I should be careful in this store in the future. That revelation didn't help me in the short term. I greedily stuffed cassettes into my jacket, down my pants, and glutted my clothing so much that I should probably buy a few albums just to throw the cashiers off. I believe I walked up to the counter with Cheap Trick's Dream Police and Led Zeppelin's Houses of the Holy, and after I was rung up, I was home free in my mind. I was outside straddling my bike ready to jam when a hand clamped down hard on my shoulder. I denied everything, but I was busted. They brought me up to the room above the store where they'd been watching me steal through the one-way window, and they showed me the footage. They called my mom. I gave up all my tapes and my pants, and they arranged them on a table for her to see when she got there. I got away with a lot as a kid, but getting busted for shoplifting cassettes at the store my parents had frequented for so many years was an offense that meant more within the confines of our family than it did within the letters of the law. I'll never forget Ola's expression when she came up to that office above the store and found me sitting there with everything I'd stolen laid out before me. She didn't say much, and she didn't have to. It was clear to me that she was overthinking that I could do no wrong. In the end, Tower didn't press charges because of all the merchandise was recovered. They let me go on the condition that I would never set foot in their store again, most likely because some stranger there recognized that my mom was a well-liked regular. Of course, when I was hired at the very same store 6 years later in the video division, during every shift for the first 6 months, I was convinced that someone was going to remember that I'd been caught stealing and have me fired. I figured that any day now someone would figure out that I blatantly lied on my application form and presumed I knew what I knew to be true. That I did manage to lift until I was worth more than a few months' paychecks. Usually we had weed, which was always a crowd pleaser. Ba-bow. I'm going to take a quick break. But I'm going to leave the thing on. I'm not going to put my Be Right Back screen up. You and you are awesome. The rest of you, though? So. Classy. Oh. I'll get me some of that first cool air of the year kind of thing. Be right back. Hassan Chop. I'm not even taking my phone with me. Taking a walk on the wild side.
Front door open.
Did you buy your burger, boy? Burger, boy. Burger time. Burger time. Burgermeister. That means mayor in German. Oh! Did the music stop? I'm like, yep, there's only about 2 hours worth of classical music. No more exists. It looks like Spotify crashed. Come on now. Man. We usually had weed, which was always a crowd pleaser. All of those permutations were going to work themselves out over the next 8 years of my life. But once I'd found a stable family of my own design. In the vacuum that my family's dissolution left in its wake, I made my own world. I'm lucky enough that despite my age, during a period of testing my boundaries, I made one friend who has never been far from me, even when we've been worlds apart. He's still one of my closest confidants, which after 30 years says a fuck of a lot. His name was Mark Cantor. His family owns the famous LA institution Cantor's Deli on North Fairfax. The Cantor family moved from New Jersey and opened their restaurant in the 1940s, and it's been a hub for show business types ever since, because of the food and the fact that it's open 24 hours. It's only half a mile from the Sunset Strip, and in the 60s it became a haven for musicians and has remained so ever since. In the 80s, bands like Guns had many a late night meal there. The Kibitz Room, which is their bar and live music venue next door, has hosted too many great nights of music to name. The Cantors have been wonderful to me. They've employed me, they've sheltered me, and I can't thank them enough. I met Mark at 3rd Street Elementary School, and we didn't really become friends until I almost stole his mini bike in 5th grade. Our friendship was solidified from the start. He and I hung out in Hancock Park, which was next to the affluent neighborhood where he lived. We used to go down to the ruins of the Pan Pacific Theater, in which is where the Grove Shopping Center is today. The Pan Pacific was an amazing relic. It had been a glamorous 1940s movie palace with an arched ceiling and huge screen that showed newsreels and defined a generation's worth of cinematic culture. In my day, it was still beautiful. The green Art Deco arches were still intact, though the rest was reduced to rubble. Next to the lot was a public library and a park with a basketball court and pool. Like Laurel Elementary, it was a meeting point for kids aged 12 to 18 who, for one reason or another, found their way out at night. Naughty children, naughty. My friends and I were the ones on the scene. There were chicks so far out of our league that we couldn't even count the ways, though we did anyway. There were flunkies and dropouts, many of whom lived in the ruins of the theater and subsided on the food they stole from the farmer's market that took place next door twice a week. Mark and I were fascinated. We gained acceptance among them, usually because we had weed, which was always a crowd pleaser. Meeting Mark triggered a change in me. He was my first best friend. He was someone who understood me when I felt like no one else did. Neither of us had lives that one might call normal, but I'm proud to say that we're just as close as we were then. That is my definition of family. A friend still knows you as well as they used to, even if you haven't seen them in years. A true friend is there when you need them. They're not around just on holidays and weekends. Well, then I've never had a best friend or a true friend. Hell, I would take holidays and weekends at this point. Wah, wah, wah. I found that out firsthand a few years later. When I barely had money to eat, I didn't care, so as long as I had money to promote Guns N' Roses. And I didn't have money to print flyers or even buy myself guitar strings, Mark Cantor was there for me. He'd front me the cash to take care of whatever needed to be done. I paid him back once I was able. Once guns got signed, but I never forgot that Cantor was there for me when I was down and out. Oh my goodness, look at that! Oh, slash, no hat, and no long hair. It looks like he forgot to get a haircut. You're right. It's time for another sip. You guys read my mind. Chapter 3. Experiencing yourself out of context. Divorced from your usual point of view skews your perspective. It's like hearing your voice on an answering machine. It's almost like meeting a stranger, or discovering a talent that you never knew you had. The first time I plucked a melody out on a guitar well enough that it sounded like the original was a bit like that. The more I learned to play guitar, the more I felt like a ventriloquist. I recognized my own creative voice filtered through those 6 strings, but it was also something else entirely. Notes and chords have become my second language, and, more often than not, that vocabulary expresses what I feel when language fails me. The guitar is my conscience, too. Whenever I've lost my way, it's brought me back to center. Whenever I forget, it reminds me why I'm here. I don't know. I think I'm here to, I don't know why I'm here. I haven't found my purpose, and it's been 4+ decades of not knowing. There were times when I thought I knew, and I thought it was clear, but it was a lie. I owe it all to Steven Adler. He did it. He is the reason I play guitar. We met one night at Laurel Elementary Playground when we were 13. As I remember, he was skateboarding miserably. After a particularly hard fall, I rode over on my bike and I helped him up, and we were instantly inseparable. Stephen had grown up in the valley with his mom, his stepdad, and his 2 brothers until his mom couldn't take his bad behavior anymore and shipped him off to live with his grandparents in Hollywood. He lasted there for the remainder of junior high, summers included, before he was abused back to his mom to attend high school. Stephen is special. He's the kind of misfit that only a grandmother can love, but can't live with. I can see that. Stephen and I met this summer before 8th grade and hung out until high school, which I had just moved into my grandmother's new condo in Hollywood from my mom's apartment in Hancock Park. Both of us were new to our school, Bancroft Junior High, as well as to the neighborhood. As long as I knew him, Stephen never spent a full week's worth of time in school out of any given month. I got by because I did well enough in my art, music, and English classes that my grade point average was enough to pass. I got A's in art, English, and music because those were the only subjects that interested me. Apart from those, I didn't care much for else, and I cut class all the time. Since I had stolen a pad of absentee notices from the administration office and forged my mom's signature when I needed to, in the eyes of the administration, I was there much more often than I ever was. But the only reason I actually graduated junior high was all due to a teacher's strike during my final year. Our regular teachers were replaced by substitutes who were easy for me to bullshit and charm. I don't want to get into it, but on more than one occasion, I recall playing my teacher's favorite song on guitar for the entire class. Enough said. Oh. To be honest, school wasn't that too bad. I had a whole circle of friends, including a girlfriend, who we'll get into in just a little bit. He likes to put things off. We'll circle back. And I partook liberally in every exercise that made school more enjoyable to stoners. Our crew met in the early morning before homeroom to snort locker room, a head shop brand of amyl nitrite, a chemical whose fumes expand your blood vessels to lower your blood pressure, and in the process gives you a brief euphoric rush. After a few hits of locker room, we'd smoke a few cigarettes and at lunchtime reconvene in the courtyard to smoke a joint. We did what we could to make the school day pleasant. I hear you, buddy. When I didn't go to school, Steve and I spent the day wandering the greater Hollywood area with our heads in the clouds, talking about music and hustling money. We did some offhand panhandling and odd jobs, like moving furniture for some of the random characters we'd meet. Hollywood has always been a weird place that attracts odd folks, but in the late 70s, with the strange turns culture had taken, from the letdown of the 60s revolution to the widespread use of drugs and loosened sexual mores, there were some really strange ones hanging out around. I don't remember how we met, but there was one older guy who used to give us money for nothing. We just hang out and talk to him. I think he asked us to go to the store a couple times. I definitely thought it was weird, but he wasn't threatening enough to do anything a couple 13-year-olds couldn't handle. Besides, the extra pocket cash was worth it. No judgment. Steve had no inhibitions whatsoever, so he managed to acquire money on a regular basis in many ways, one of which was from Clarissa, a neighbor of mine in her mid-20s who lived down the street. One day we saw her sitting on the porch when we passed by, and Stephen felt the inclination to say hi to her. They started talking, and she invited us in. We hung out there for a while, and then when I decided to take off, but Stephen said that he was going to stay there a little while longer. Turns out that he had sex with her that night and got money off her to boot. I had no idea how he did it, but I do know that he was with her 4 or 5 times more and got money every single time. It was unbelievable to me. I was really envious. But then again, Stephen would always get involved in situations like that. They often didn't have a happy ending. In this case, he was in the middle of screwing Clarissa when her gay roommate walked in on them. She threw Stephen off her, and he landed hard on first on her bedroom floor. And that was the end of that. Oh no, he didn't do his cock push-ups. Stephen and I got by. I stole all the music and rock magazines that we needed. There weren't too many other things that we cared to spend money on, aside from big gulps and cigarettes. That's the life right there. So we were in good shape. We'd walk up and down Sunset Boulevard and then Hollywood Boulevard from Sunset to Doheny, checking out rock posters in the many head shops or ducking out into whichever souvenir or music store looked exciting to us. We'd just wander, taking in the animated reality going on down there. We used to hang out at a place called Pizza Pizza for hours, playing Van Halen on the jukebox over and over again. It was a ritual by then. Stephen had played their first record for me a few months before. It was one of those moments when a new body of music totally overwhelmed me. "You've got to hear this," Stephen said, all wide-eyed. "It's his band called Van Halen. They're awesome." I had my doubts because Stephen and I didn't always see eye to eye musically. He put on the record, and Eddie's solo sets off eruption that shredding came through the speakers. "Jesus Christ," I said, "what the hell is that?" It's a great warm-up exercise for anybody who's a guitar virtuoso, you know. It's not an overly hard song, but at the time, it was the shit. Still is, if you ask me, but, you know. I saw my first really big rock show that year, too. It was the California World Music Festival at the LA Memorial Coliseum on April 8, 1979. There were 110,000 people there, and the lineup was insane. There were a ton of bands, but the headliners were Ted Nugent, Cheap Trick, Aerosmith, and Van Halen. Without a doubt, Van Halen crushed every other band who played that day, even Aerosmith. I guess it wasn't hard. Aerosmith was so fucked up at the time that it was impossible for me to differentiate one song from another in their set. I was a fan, and the only track I recognized was Seasons of Wither. I mean, that's pretty bad. To be fair, I'm not a huge Aerosmith fan. There's a small collection of songs that I like from them, but I don't think I'd be willing to wade through the crowds to listen to their live music, even though they're still playing. I'm good. I've seen Van Halen. I've seen some of the biggest and greatest acts. I'm good. No, I've never seen One Direction. Shut up. Eventually, Steve and I graduated to hanging around outside the Rainbow and the Starwood amid the whole pre-glam metal scene. Van Halen cut their teeth on that circuit, and Motley Crue was about to do the same. Aside from bands like that, there were the earliest traces of LA punk rock going around. There were always a ton of people outside the clubs, and since I had access to drugs, I'd sell them not just for cash, but to get us closer to the scene. In junior high, I figured out a better method. I started making fake IDs, which served to actually get me inside the scene. Man, Slash is just felony after another. There was so much activity in West Hollywood and Hollywood at night. The whole homosexual scene around a posh gay restaurant, the French Quarter, and gay bars like the Rusty Nail, among others, smashed right up against the mostly hetero rock scene. The whole juxtaposition was bizarre to Stephen and me. There were just so many freaks everywhere, and we liked to take it all in, as strange and nonsensical as most of it was. Steve and I got into all sorts of seemingly harmless trouble growing up. One night, my dad took us to a party thrown by a group of his artist friends who lived in houses along a cul-de-sac up in Laurel Canyon. The host, my dad's friend Alexis, made a vat of horrendously lethal punch that got everyone completely gassed. Growing up in the valley, Stephen had never seen a scene that cool. This was a bunch of artistically out there post-hippie adults, so the combination of the crowd and the punch completely blew his mind. He and I could hold our liquor for 13-year-olds, but this stuff was way too advanced for us. I was so fried that I didn't notice Steve slip out with the girl who lived in the guest house downstairs. He ended up fucking her, which turned out to be not such a cool thing. She was married and in her 30s. In my 13-year-old mind, she was a senior citizen. To me, Steve had just fucked an old lady, who also happened to be someone else's old lady. Damn it, Steve. In the morning, I woke up on the floor with the taste of that punch in my mouth, feeling like an iron spike had been nailed through my head. I went home to my grandmother's to sleep it off. Stephen remained behind, opting to linger in bed downstairs. I was home for about 10 minutes when my dad called to let me know that Stephen should fear for his life. The woman he had spent the evening with had confessed, and her husband was very unhappy about it. The man, according to my dad, had planned to throttle Stephen, which Tony assured me was a very real threat. When I didn't seem to take him seriously, Dad told me that the guy had actually promised to kill Stephen. In the end, nothing happened, so Stephen got away with it, but it was a clear indication of things to come. At 13, he had narrowed his life goals down to exactly 2. Fucking chicks and being in a rock band. I can't fault him for his prescience. I mean, there are certain goals one should have in life, and the first 30 years of my life could be summed up in the 3 F's: fighting, fucking, and getting fucked up. That was it, man. That was my whole life. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, man. Is booze, bitches, and bass, which was played on a keyboard. Shh. Let's not talk about Seinfeld. No slap of the bass. I violated the 10 commandments of bass. One was I did use a pick a lot. Shh. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. When you get paid in 1 beer per song, you make up songs, and by the end of the night, it doesn't matter what you're playing because you're getting a beer after about 2 to 3 minutes. It's not a bad life, but it's not a great life. In the morning, I woke up on the floor. Okay, blah, blah, blah. In his 13-year-old musical wisdom, which, probably due to his advanced womanizing skills, I considered superior to mine, Stephen had concluded that there were only 3 bands that mattered in rock and roll: Kiss, Boston, and Queen. I don't know about Kiss being in that lineup, but okay, we'll go with that. Stephen paid tribute to them every day, all day, when he should have been in school. His grandmother worked in a bakery and left the house at 5 a.m. each day. She had no idea that Stephen rarely went to class. His day consisted of playing Kiss records turned up to 10 while bashing away at his little Walmart electric guitar and amp, both turned up to 10 as well. I'd go over and hang out with him, and he'd be yelling at me over all the noise. "Hey, we should start a band, you know!" Stephen had such an open, carefree soul that his enthusiasm is tremendously contagious. I didn't doubt his intention and drive. I was convinced immediately that it would happen. He had elected himself the guitar player, and we decided that I would play bass. When I listen to music now, after 25 years of playing, I can isolate all of the instruments. I hear the key of the guitar, and right away I usually think of several ways to play the song. By the time I was 13, I had listened to rock and roll for years. I had seen concerts and knew what instruments make up a rock band, but I had no idea which instrument made each sound in the music. I knew what a guitar was, but I had no idea the difference between a guitar and a bass. And Steven's playing all the time didn't enlighten me at all. Ooh, talking shit. Slash talking that shit. When he and I would walk around town, we used to pass a music school on Fairfax in Santa Monica called Fairfax Music School. Today it's a chiropractor's office. So I figured that was a good place to learn to play bass. So I stopped in and walked up to the desk and said, I want to play bass. The receptionist introduced me to one of the teachers, a guy named Robert Wolin. Robert came out to talk to me. He wasn't exactly what I expected. He was a medium-sized white guy wearing Levi's and a tucked-in plaid shirt. He had a bushy mustache, a 5 o'clock shadow, and unkempt shaggy brown hair. It had probably been a real haircut once, but it had gotten away from him. Needless to say, Robert didn't look like a rock star at all. He did, however, patiently inform me that I'd need an actual bass of my own to take lessons, which was something I hadn't considered. I asked my grandmother for help, and she gave me an old flamenco guitar with one nylon string on it that she had packed away in a closet. When I met Robert again at the school, he took one look at my guitar and understood that he'd better start at the very beginning, because I had no idea I was holding wasn't necessarily a bass. Robert put on the Stones' Brown Sugar, picked up his guitar, and played the riff and the lead. That's when I heard the sound. Whatever Robert was doing it, that was it. I stared at Robert's guitar with total wonder. I started pointing at it. That's what I want to do, I told him. That. Robert was really encouraging. He drew some chord charts for me, showed me proper fingering on his guitar, and tuned the one string I had. He also informed me that I should get the remaining strings in the very near future. Guitar came into my life, and that suddenly and that innocently. There was no thought, no premeditation. It wasn't part of a grand plan outside of playing in Stephen's fantasy band. 10 years later, I would be, with all the perks that Stephen had dreamed about, traveling the world, playing sold-out shows, and having more chicks at our disposal than we could handle. All thanks to the battered piece of wood my grandmother dug out of her closet. Man, grandmothers are cool. Like, my grandmother, on my mom's side, she don't speak a fucking word of English, but she's just a really cool, loving vibe I got from that lady. Now, last I seen her was in the late 90s. I want to say like 97, 96. I haven't seen her since. I don't even know if she's still alive because, that's how much contact my maternal side of the family has with me. And then, of course, my dad's mom, she died in the very, very late 70s or early 80s. I mean, I was practically a newborn when she saw me the one time. So, when there's that, So I definitely don't know her. Anyways. Guitar replaced BMX as my main obsession literally overnight. It was unlike anything I'd ever done. It was a form of expression as satisfying and personal to me as art and drawing, but on a much deeper level. Being able to create the sound that has spoken to me in music ever since I can remember was more empowering than anything I'd ever known. The change was instantaneous as turning on a light, and every bit as illuminating. I went home from music school and copied Robert's methods, putting on my favorite songs, doing my best to play along. I did what I could with one string. After a few hours, I could follow the key changes and mimic the melody of a few songs in the most remedial way. Tunes like Deep Purple's Smoke on the Water, Chicago's 25 or 6 to 4, Led Zeppelin's Dazed and Confused, and Jimi Hendrix's Hey Joe can be played down the E string, so I contented myself with those over and over again. Simply the understanding that I could mimic the songs on my stereo was enough to imprint the guitar on my reality forever. Well, good for him. Good for you! I'm telling you, that moment where Christian Bale had his meltdown on the set of Terminator Salvation is just so memeable. It's good for you! I think it's great. And if you haven't heard that, freak out. It's amazing. Oh, that was a big sip. Ooh. My BMX racing gear gathered dust in my closet. my friends wondered where I was at night. I saw Danny McCracken one day while I was riding back from music school, my guitar slung over my back. He asked me where I'd been and if I'd won any races lately. I told him I was a guitar player now. He sized me up, looked at my worn-out six-string, and stared hard into my eyes. Oh, yeah? He had a really confused look on his face, as if he wasn't sure what to make of what I told him. We sat there awkwardly in silence for a minute on our bikes, then said our goodbyes. It was the last time I ever saw him. That's sad. You never know when it's going to be the last time you see somebody. And I don't think most people grasp how much that means. I mean, to me, I'm always going to be here until I'm not. But, you know, I think people take that for granted too. That's okay. I'm slowly but surely coming to grips with my role in this world, and it's to be a temporary amusement for people who take me for granted. Penis. Waffles. I respected my guitar teacher, Robert, but I naively and impatiently failed to see the direct line between the fundamentals he was teaching me and the Rolling Stones and Led Zeppelin songs that I wanted to play. It all came to a head soon enough once I discovered my personal instruction manual, so to speak. It was a used book I found in a guitar store bargain bin called How to Play Rock Guitar. The book had all the chords, chord charts, tablature, and sample solos from the greats like Eric Clapton, Johnny Winter, and Jimi Hendrix. It even came with a little floppy 45 that demonstrated the proper way to play what was in the book. I took that thing home and devoured it, and once I was capable of mimicking the sounds on that little record, I soon improvising on my own, and then I was beside myself. Once I'd heard myself lay down patterns that sounded like rock and roll lead guitar, it was as if I'd found the Holy Grail. That book changed my life. I still have my worn out copy in a trunk somewhere, and I've never seen another one before or since. I've looked for it plenty of times to no avail. I felt like it was the only copy left in the world, and it was there that day waiting specifically for me. That book gave me the skills I sought, and once I'd begun to master them, I quit music school forever. I mean, whatever works. I attempted to learn how to play bass and made even less of an effort to learn how to play guitar. I just quit. I didn't want to put in the time and the practice. Like there were times when there were just certain parts of a song that I just really loved, and you know, I have played live venues, but not well. I mean, well enough to where it sounded slightly better than GarageBand, but that's not saying much. I want to get back into music. I'd like to pick up keyboard and trumpet. One day, you know, I figure if I dedicate about an hour to each. Where are you going to find the time? I don't know. I'll have to fit it in between my imaginary workouts and nap time and stream time and all that goodness. I figured about a year or two I might be able to do something decent. It'll be interesting. We'll see. It's a plan in the future. And no, I'm not going to stream me practicing simple scales and blah blah blah. But hey, waffles. I was now a rock guitar player as far as I was concerned, so out of necessity I borrowed $100 from my grandmother and bought an electric guitar. It was a very cheap Les Paul copy made by a company called Memphis Guitars. I was attracted to the shape because my favorite players played Les Pauls. It epitomized rock guitar to me. That said, I didn't even know who Les Paul was. I wasn't acquainted with his sublime jazz playing and had no idea that he had pioneered the development of electric instruments, guitar effects, and recording techniques. I didn't know that his brand of solid body guitar would soon become my primary choice of instrument. And I had no idea at all that I'd enjoy the honor of sharing a stage with him many times many years later. Nope, that day was pretty basic. In my mind, that shape visually represented the sound I wanted to make. Finding guitar was like finding myself. It defined me. It gave me a purpose. It was a creative outlet that allowed me to understand myself. The turmoil of my adolescence was suddenly secondary. Playing guitar gave me focus. I didn't keep it in a journal. I couldn't seem to vocalize my feelings in a constructive fashion, but the guitar gave me the emotional clarity. I love to draw. That was an activity that took my mind off things, but it wasn't enough of a vehicle for me to completely express myself. I've always envied the guitarists who could express themselves through art. And only through guitar have I come to understand what a wonderful release it is. Practicing for hours, wherever I found myself, was liberating. Playing became a trance that soothed my soul. With my hands occupied and my mind engaged, I found peace. Once I got into a band, I found that the physical exertion of playing a show became my primary personal release, and when I'm playing on stage, I'm more at home in my own skin than at any other time in my life. There is a subconscious, emotional level that informs my playing, and since I'm the kind of person who carries his baggage around internally, nothing has ever helped me tap into my feelings more. Finding my voice through guitar at 15 was, to me, revolutionary. It was a leap in my evolution. I can't think of anything that made more of a difference in my life. The only moment that came close had occurred 2 years before when I experienced the mystery of the opposite sex. Once I'd done it, I didn't think that anything was better than sex, until I played guitar. And soon after that, I found that those two pursuits couldn't coexist peacefully in my teenage world. My first girlfriend was named Melissa. She was a cute, kind of chubby girl with great tits, who was 1 year younger than me. She was 12 and I was 13 when we lost our virginity to each other. That isn't shocking by today's standards when teens engage in very adult practices earlier than ever, but in 1978, she and I were ahead of the curve. Most of our peers were still French kissing. We both inherently knew not to mess with the good things, so we stayed together on and off for years. The first time we did anything was in the laundry room of her apartment building. It was on the first floor in the back of the building. She jerked me off. It was a first for both of us. Eventually, we moved it to the one-bedroom apartment that she shared with her mom, Carolyn. Unfortunately, the first time we did, Carolyn came home early, so I had to crawl through Melissa's bedroom window with my pants around my ankles. Luckily, the bushes were forgiving. Fortunately, he didn't fall hard on first into that bush. Lol. Or did he? Things got hot and heavy between us pretty quickly. When her mom wasn't home, we did it in Melissa's bed, and when she was home, we did it on the couch after Carolyn passed out on Valium, hoping she wouldn't wake up and catch us. Of course, trying to wait for Carolyn's Valium to kick in wasn't always easy. It was soon after Melissa and Carolyn moved upstairs to a two-bedroom that her mother resigned herself to what we were up to. She decided that it was better that we do it in her home than elsewhere, and told us as much. According to Melissa and me, from our sexually ravenous adolescent point of view, her mom was the coolest. The coolest, man, I'm telling you. Carolyn smoked a ton of pot and was very open about it. She would roll us perfect joints and allowed me to stay with them, sleeping in Melissa's room for a few weeks at a time. Since we got together during the summer, my mom didn't mind. Her mother didn't work. She had a very nice, much older drug dealer boyfriend who sold coke, pot, and acid, all of which he would give to us freely, provided we enjoyed it all in-house. Fair enough. Their apartment building was on Edinburgh and Willoughby, about 2 blocks west of Fairfax and a half a block south of Santa Monica Boulevard. The location was perfect. The Laurel Elementary School that my friends and I frequented was just down the street. That's where Melissa and I met, actually. The playground was as much of a community as Melissa's block was. Her neighborhood was an interesting cultural mishmash. Young gay guys, older Jewish families, Russians, Armenians, and Middle Easterners lived alongside one another. There was a quaint Leave It to Beaver quality to it, with everyone smiling and waving and saying hello, but there was also a very tangible tension. On an average night, Melissa and I would get high and listen to music with their mom, then head across the street to visit Wes and Nate, the 2 gay guys who lived in the only house among the apartment buildings to be found in a 6-block radius. They had a huge yard, probably about an acre, and a tall oak tree with a swing hanging from it on their lot. We'd smoke a joint with them, then proceed to the backyard, where we'd lie under the oak tree staring at the stars. I discovered so much contemporary music during that period too. I mentioned that my parents played music all the time. It's my fondest memory of childhood. I'll listen to all of it still, from the classical composers my dad favored to the 60s and early 70s legends they both loved. That period was rock and roll's most creative time. I'm constantly looking and rarely finding music that's better. When I think I have, a closer inspection reveals it to be just another rehash of the originators. Then I find that I'd rather just listen to the Stones or Aerosmith or whatever it's based on than listen any further. I mean, I keep on saying that friggin' Lady Gaga is new wave disco, but nobody wants to hear it. But if you listen to the beat, it's the simple oompa 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 ba oompa oompa. So it's basically polka. But disco was 70s synth polka, so there you go. Synth pop polka. Sure. So you know, disco is polka and Lady Gaga is new wave disco. So she's basically polka. Personal opinion, you can take it or leave it, but if you listen closely, you'll hear it, and you'll never be able to unhear it ever again. You've been warned. So if you like Lady Gaga, you like polka. Okay, but when I was 13, I wasn't satisfied with my parents' collection anymore. I sought out new sounds and found an endless supply at Melissa's house. That is where I was first exposed to Supertramp, Journey, Styx, April Wine, Foghat, and Genesis. None of which really suited my taste, but Melissa's mom listened to a ton of Pink Floyd, which I knew from my mom. But given that Carolyn had such good pot, their music suddenly took on a whole new meaning. That apartment was a paradise for a budding guitar player, getting stoned for free, discovering new tunes, and having sex with my girlfriend all night before I graduated junior high. Pinus. I spent the rest of the 8th grade and all of 9th grade touring Hollywood with Steven by day, playing guitar in my room and sleeping with Melissa. I stole a chunky Panasonic top-loading tape player at some point and carried it everywhere, soaking up music like Ted Nugent, Cheap Trick, Queen, Cream, and Edgar and Johnny Winter. I stole more cassettes each day, absorbing one band at a time. I would start with the band's live album because I believe that is the only way to determine whether or not a band is worth your attention. If they sounded good live, I'd steal their entire catalog. I also used live records to hear their greatest hits before I embarked on stealing their entire catalog. I was frugal. I still love live records as a fan of rock music, and I still feel like a fan first. And I don't think there's anything better than hearing your favorite band live. I still believe that the best representation of my favorite bands were captured on their live albums, whether you're talking about Aerosmith's live bootleg and Who's Live at Leeds, and the Rolling Stones' Get Your Yayas Out, or the Kinks' Give the People What They Want. Much later, I was very proud when Guns N' Roses put out Live Era. It captures some great moments. Aside from Melissa and Steve, my friends were much older than I was. I had met many of them through my bike gang and made many more along the way because I always had pot from one source or another. My mom was a pot smoker who was very liberal in her rearing. She preferred that I smoke pot under her supervision rather than experimenting out in the world. With all due respect to her, she had my best intentions in mind, and she didn't realize that not only did I smoke at home under her watchful eye, but I also pinched a little weed from her, sometimes just to cease, to smoke or sell them when I went out. It was without fail the best way to integrate myself, and I thank her for it. Something. The kids in the older circles I ran in had apartments, sold drugs, threw parties, and clearly thought nothing of entertaining minors. Aside from the obvious benefits such as environment, also allowed me to discover bands of the day that I would have otherwise missed. There were a bunch of surfer and skater guys I hung out with who turned me on to Devo, The Police, 999, and a few more radio-friendly new wave bands. Among another clique that I hung out with, a lanky black guy in his 20s named Kevin turned me on to the first Cars album during one of his parties. Kevin was the older brother of one of my bike buddies, a guy named Keith, who nicknamed me Solomon Grundy. I looked up Keith because he always had the hottest girls from Fairfax High School chasing him around. When I was 13 or 14 and really into BMX, this guy was in the scene, but so cool he always seemed to be about one step away from ditching it altogether for more sophisticated adult pursuits. I'm still not sure why Keith called me Solomon Grundy. You never know, man. A lot of times I give people nicknames because it's easier for me to remember the name that I gave them than the name their parents gave them. I've met and forgotten more people than most people will ever be exposed to in their lives. And some might say that we were friends and were great friends. It's just moved around so much that they're gone and mostly forgotten. So nicknames work better for me than real names. And some people don't have nicknames, so I have to give it to them, so it's easier to remember than a Claire or a Mindy or a Mike or a Steve. And sometimes those names stick. So they'll have the nickname, and most people will never forget me, but I forget people a lot. It's not intentional. It's just there's only so much room up here. It's filled with a bunch of nonsensical bullshit. So, you know, what do you want? What do you want from me? I'm doing the best I can. It's you know, the space is used mostly for random World War II facts and pop culture from the 50s on up until the late 90s. Anyways. In any case, Kevin's musical taste was questionable. He was into disco, which was an interest we did not share, although now I realize he was so inclined because it afforded him the opportunity to get as much trim as possible. So I respect him more for it now. It worked too because the girls in his circle at his parties were hot and promiscuous, which was especially intriguing to me. That said, I didn't expect to like the cool new band Kevin was going to play for me while we smoked a joint in his room at his party that night. I changed my mind midway through the first song, and by the time the second song was over, I was a lifelong fan of Elliot Easton. Elliot was the soul of the Cars, and that first record of theirs won me over. In my opinion, the Cars were one of the few impactful groups that came along the new wave when the new wave took over the airwaves. Waffles. Just before I left the party that night, I heard a snippet of music that seriously grabbed my attention. Someone had put on Aerosmith's Rocks on the stereo, and I caught only 2 songs, but that was never enough. It had this really nasty alley cat vibe to it that I had never heard before. If lead guitar was the undiscovered voice that resided within me, this was the record I had waited for my whole life to hear. I'd made sure to check out the album cover before I took off, so I knew who it was. I remembered the name Aerosmith 4 years before, in 1975. They had their only AM radio hit at the time with Walk This Way. I ran into the Rocks record again a week or 2 later, but at the most inopportune moment. I must preface this next story by saying their relationships are never easy, especially when both bodies are young, inexperienced, and raging with hormones. Melissa and I really cared for each other, but we still broke up and made up often. Usually as a result of my commitment to learning to play guitar overshadowing my commitment to spending time with her. At this particular point, we were apart, and I had set my sights on someone we'll call Lori. She was a significantly older and very obviously out of my league figure among my circle of friends. Lori had incredible tits, long blonde hair, and wore really thin, strapped, low-cut tops. They were so sheer and loose that her chest was far too easy to see. Like me, Lori was recently single. She'd broken up with Ricky, her very typical surfer boyfriend. I was determined to be with her. I didn't care that she was 4 years older than me and wouldn't give me the time of day. I knew I could do this. I kept talking to her and paying attention to her and finally got a dialogue going. She had let her guard down and got to know me. And once she did, she seemed to forget that a few weeks before I was nothing but some much younger punk she didn't care to notice. Finally, she invited me over to hang out one night when her mom was going out of town. I parked my bike on her lawn and followed her upstairs to her room. It was years ahead of my comprehension of cool and groovy at the time. She had scarves over the lamps, rock posters everywhere, her own stereo and a ton of records. We got stoned and I intended to play it cool, so I flipped through her albums looking for something to impress her. I recognized Rocks from Kevin's Party a few weeks earlier and put it on, ignorant of the fact that I had been playing it non-stop in my subconscious since the moment I heard those first two songs. Once the opening shrieks of Back in the Saddle filled the room, I was transfixed. I listened to the record over and over, crouched by the speakers, ignoring Lori completely. I forgot about her altogether, as well as whatever intricate plans I had for the evening. After a couple hours, she tapped me on the shoulder. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I said, "what's going on?" "I guess you should go home now." "Oh, yeah. Okay." Rocks is as powerful to me today as it was then. The screaming vocals, dirty guitars, and relentless grooves are bluesy rock and roll as it is meant to be played. There was something about the raw adolescence of Aerosmith that was perfectly in tune with my inner development at the time. That record just sounded the way I felt. After my missed opportunity with Laurie, I devoted myself to learning Back in the Saddle. I stole the cassette and an Aerosmith songbook and replayed the song until I knew the riffs. I learned a valuable lesson in the process. Music books can't teach you how to play properly. I sort of learned to read music so I could tell that the notes in the songbook were not the same as those being played on the record. It made sense. I struggled for hours and still couldn't play properly. So I ditched the books and kept at it until I'd learned to figure it out by ear. And I figured out every song I wanted to play that way forever. In the process of learning every lick of Back in the Saddle, I realized just how idiosyncratic Joe and Brad's playing is, and how no one can ever really play like anyone else but themselves. Imitation should remain a stepping stone for a player to find his or her own voice, but it must never become his or her own voice. No one should emulate their heroes to the point of note-for-note mimicry. Guitar is too personal of an expression for that. It should be exactly what it is, a singular extension of the player. That sounds about right. Penises. How's everybody doing tonight? I don't think I got much more left in me. There's whiskey, though. By the time my last junior high summer drew to a close, I created a world of my own design that was as consistent as my home life was irregular. Because during this period, in the wake of their separation, my mom and dad each entered into very irregular relationships. I lived with each of them for short amounts of time, but neither situation felt quite right. I ended up mostly living with my grandmother in her condo in Hollywood, while my little brother lived with my mom. Of course, most of the time I slept over at Melissa's. Chubby girl with great tits. Great tits. Great tits. Oh, okay. Following a relationship with David Bowie, my mom started dating a talented photographer we'll call boyfriend. They were together for about 3 years and eventually moved into an apartment on Cochrane off 3rd near La Brea, where I lived with them for a while. Boyfriend was probably 10 years younger than Ola. When they met, he was a star on the rise. I remember meeting her, Brits, Moshe Braca, and a few other famous photographers and models at their place. My mom and boyfriend had a very tumultuous relationship, during which she regressed into his assistant and put her career aside. Oh no, that's no bueno. Boyfriend always had a dark room in his bathroom, and toward the end of the relationship, I discovered that he was freebasing cocaine in there all night long while working. wasn't always bad over there, but once freebasing suddenly popped up in boyfriend's life, it proceeded to promptly halt his career, taking his relationship with my mom down with it. Well, that's sad. Boyfriend was tortured. He was miserable and misery loves company, so although I wasn't fond of boyfriend at all, and he knew it, he was determined to drag me along for the ride. We'd freebase together, then go into the neighborhood and wander into other people's garages. Usually we'd steal furniture, old toys, and whatever odds and ends it seemed like the family had discarded. One of the items we found was a red couch that we carried all the way back to our house. Then we spray painted it black and put it in the den. I can't imagine what Ola thought when she woke up the next morning. I have no idea, actually, because she never mentioned it. In any case, after our adventures, boyfriend would keep at it, basing all morning and, I suppose, all day. I'd duck into my room by 7:30 a.m., pretend to sleep for an hour, then get up and say good morning to my mother and head off to school as if I'd just had a good night's sleep. Cocaine! My mom had insisted that I live with her and her boyfriend because she disapproved of the conditions I've been subjected to at my dad's place. Once my dad had acclimated to their separation, he got together to rent an apartment where his friend Miles and a group of my parents' mutual acquaintances lived. It seemed like everyone in that scene drank a lot, and my dad was dating a number of women, so my mother didn't think it was a good environment for me. My dad dated a woman named Sunny on a regular basis during that period. Life had not been kind to Sunny. She'd lost her son in a horrible accident and thought she was really sweet. She was really screwed up. And though she was really sweet, she was really screwed up. She and my dad spent a lot of time together drinking and fucking. So for a while there, while I lived with Mom, I saw Dad only on weekends, and when I did, he always had something interesting waiting for me. Some unusual dinosaur model or something more technical like a remote-controlled airplane that you had to build from scratch. Later on, I saw more of him once he moved into an apartment on Sunset and Gardner in a building of studio apartments with a shared bathroom. Oh, that's terrible. His art buddy, Steve Douglas, had just lived down the hall on the first floor. It was a guitar store. Though at the time I hadn't picked up the habit, my dad's art studio filled the entire room. So he'd built a loft to sleep on the far wall, and I lived there with him while I was in 7th grade, just after I got kicked out of John Burroughs Junior High for stealing a load of BMX bikes. But that is a story not worth telling. In any case, for that brief period, I attended LeConte Junior High. And since my dad didn't drive, I walked the 5 miles to school and back each day. Well, you had that good California weather, am I right? Oh, nudge. I'm not quite sure what Dad or Steve did for money. Steve was an artist as well, and as far as I could tell, all they did was spend their days drinking and their nights painting for their own benefit or talking about art. One of my more entertaining memories from that period involves Steve's old-fashioned medicine bag full of vintage porn that he caught me looking at one day. His place and our place were basically shared space, so it was entirely normal for me to wander down to his studio whenever I wanted to. One day he walked in and found me looking at his treasure chest of porn. "I'll make you a deal, Saul," he said. "If you manage to steal that bag out from under my nose, you can keep it. Think you're up to it?" "I'm pretty quick. You better be good." I just smiled at him. I had already devised a plan to make it mine before he challenged me. I lived down the hall. Compared to what I was already doing out in the world in terms of theft, this wasn't much of a heist. Confidence, I like it. A couple days later, I went over to Steve's place looking for my dad, and at the time they were so engaged in the conversation they didn't even notice that I'd come in. It was the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the bag, walked out, and stashed it up on the roof. Unfortunately, it was a short-lived victory. My dad ordered me to give it back once Steve realized that it was gone. It's too bad. Those magazines were classics. There were periods throughout my childhood when I insisted to my parents that they weren't my parents because I honestly believed that I had been kidnapped. I also ran away a lot. One time I was preparing to run away. My dad actually helped me pack my suitcase, which was a little plaid bag he'd bought in England. He was so understanding about it and so helpful and kind that by doing so, he convinced me to stay. That kind of subtle reverse psychology is one of the traits of his that I'd hope I've inherited, because I'd like to use it on my own kids. God damn it. Oh, I'd say my biggest adventure was the day I took off on my big wheel when I was 6 years old. At the time, we lived at the top of Lookout Mountain Road, and I rode it all the way down to Laurel Canyon, then all the way down to Laurel Canyon to Sunset Boulevard, which, all in all, is just over 2 miles. I wasn't lost. I had a plan. I was going to move into a toy store and live there for the rest of my life. I guess I've always been determined. Sure, there were many times that I wanted to get away from home as a kid, but I have no regrets about how I was raised. If it had been any bit different, if I'd been born just 1 minute later, or been in the wrong place at the right time, or vice versa, the life that I've lived and come to love would not exist. And that is a situation I wouldn't want to consider in the slightest. I think it's that time, guys. I don't think it's time to end the stream just yet, but the words are starting to get a little bit blurry. A little bit. Un poquito. So what I'm going to do is take a quick break and contemplate what I'm going to do next. Hope you guys are okay with that, because it's happening, baby. Oh shit, I did the thing. Maybe I'll come back and do a little bit of some bitch. What some bitch? I don't know. I don't know yet. I've got to determine what that is. So in the meantime, I'll be right back. And penis. Maybe I'll put my be right back screen up this time. Maybe. And you guys are mighty quiet tonight. And that's okay. Be right back, guys.
Here I come.
Haha.
Now listen here, mister. I don't mean no trouble.
Go back into your own console.
But sir, I doesn't even have my own console. We're multi-platform now.
Knuckles?
It must be a Mario. He takes racing too seriously.
He takes everything too seriously.
You motherfuckers invite non-Nintendo characters onto my track?
Oh, what's it for racing?
Holy shit! He's killing all the non-Nintendo racers.
What is he? Some kind of racist?
You're not Nintendo. You're Pretendo. You're all race traitors! Oh my god! Ah! I'm fucking going to my head! Ah! 23 years of jumping of barrels. 23 fucking years! Oh god! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Luigi!
Coming for you, nigga.
Wait, Mario, think of our history.
So, you like it to go fast, huh?
got it! Now it's mine and I can force it to do whatever I want!
Mario, stop! We're brothers! I have no brother.
Mario!
Oh shit, it's Kratos! Fuck you, Kratos! You PlayStation characters never learn! Suck my mushroom tip, you fucking son of a pig! Oh, hey Mario! Nintendo! Flash kids.
I'm sorry, boy. Oh, come on. Don't do the dance. Don't make this harder than it has to be.
Man, I just love noodles.
Not as much as me, dude. Not as much as me.
Oh yeah? I bet I love them even more.
Okay then, how much do you love noodles?
This much. And I will always love noodles. Yeah, I'll always love noodles. Yeah, I'll always love So how much do you love noodles? Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel P.T. Chester Whitmore is proud to present Bongo Chungo and the Zimbabwe Sober.
Do you see Banana Man hopping over on the white hot sand? Here he come with some for me, freshly taken from banana tree. Banana Man, me want a done. Give me double and a bonus one. Give me more for all me friends. This banana flow will never end. Do you want a banana? Peel it down and go Do you want a banana? This banana for you. Tonight we dance around the flame, then we get to play the spirit game. Spirit names we shout out loud. Shake the thunder from the spirit cloud. All the songbirds in the tree chant a tune to let the spirits free. Then we see them in the night, spirits jumping by the firelight. Do you want a banana? Peel it down. Do you want a banana? This banana for you. Look you're too uptight, you know. You could laugh and kick it back and go, but without a rhythm or a rhyme, you do not banana all the time. Fly away from city on the run, try to make a little fun. Don't you come to the bungalow? After that you tell me don't you so? Don't you love the prompting of the drum? Make it shake until the bongo numb. Let the bongo play until you drop. This banana never stops. Forget all your troubles and go with the flow. Forget about whatever you may never know. Like whether whatever you're doing is whatever you should, and whether anything you do is ever anything good. And then forget about banana when it's stuck in your throat, and when they make you wanna bellow while you're stuck in a choke. And then forget about the yellow from the colorful man, and make you take another one and make a mark of your plan. Bungalow, bungalow, make up your mind and tell me no.
Well, it's 9 o'clock and it's getting dark and the sun is falling from the sky. I've never left so early and you may wonder why.
Tomorrow morning on the plane, no banana make you go insane. Floating back to busy town, no banana make you want to frown. Do you want the banana? Feel it now. Do you want the banana? This banana for you.
And then, oh no. Well, that's it for Slash for tonight. I'm going to play a little bit of Dead Cells and call it. What? What the fuck was that? No, don't thank me. Nate's the one that figured it out. Penis, 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 penis. No. Oh, it's still zoomed in. bloody, oh bloody, oh bloody. So what do you guys think about Slash's autobiography thus far? Dead cells. I'm not sober enough for anything else right now. HBO Max. Oh no! Stupid stream. Oh, fuck off. He almost got me. That was close. Penises. Do you want a banana? Beat it down and go. I mean, it's a great little song. It's a fun little ditty. It's not my usual scene, but I definitely enjoy it thoroughly. Did I miss a spot? No, I think we've been pretty damn thorough. There's only one guy left in the way, and I'm gonna murder him. Why? Because murder, murder! Oh! I hate the ancient sewers, and we're gonna go there because reasons. Now, to be fair, if it gives me the bank, I'm going to go to the bank. I'd much rather go to the bank than the ancient sewers, and I should tell you something about it. So that shopkeep that I just bought these two random turrets from, yeah, he sold me stuff that was at a higher level than it should be this early into the game, but you know, it's cool. I'll accept that. There's no bank. I'm shocked. Color me shocked. And they usually offer the bank at this point. They're like, hey, you want to go to the bank? I'm like, no. Oh, fuck off! What the fuck? I don't know what I've been told, 'cause I don't pay attention, baby. Well, that wasn't worth it at all. I hate that artificial speed boost. It makes my jumps all wonky. Jumps all wonky. No, can't open that door. Come on, man. All I'm looking for is my boot. I'm looking for the boot. Give me my boot. Give me my boot. Where's my boot? Can't afford any of that shit. 13 grand. Jesus. Fuck your shop. Woo! Feisty. See that little fucker right there? Man. That was fucking stupid. You see how much damage that took in just a couple shots? That's it. That's how this game will do you. Wow, I've never seen that much stuff in one spot. Ever. I mean, I'm trying. Maximum effort. You know, sometimes you gotta kill the baby Hitler. Oh! That one caught me unexpectedly. Where's my boot? No. No. Alright, fuck this shop too. Maximum effort in Didicus Maximus. Ooh. I feel very uncomfortable with that weapon because if you hold it down for too long, it actually hurts you. How did I miss that? Oh, okay. They never usually put the teleporter right at the base of this sumbitch. La 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 la. Did we get everything? I think we did. Yep. Now with the wrong weapon set, let's go fight against Conjunctivius. Let's do this. He's been fucking me up lately. Like the last 2 times I went against him, he just straight up murked me. Fucker, I rolled out of that shit. I rolled. Lying cunt. Wow, he beat the shit out of me, not gonna lie. Yeah, well, you saw that cheap bastard and being with his cheapiness. What? Okay. You too, cunt. What was... alright. No, I got one fucking heal. That's great. It's not boding well for the future. Whiskey. Sure, let's use up our only heal. Stop giving me trash weapons! And then... oh shit, did the game just freeze? Oh shit! There were spikes down there. The spikes are bad for your health. Fucking recycle that shit, cunt nugget. What the hell? That's right. Even though we've done this many times before, we'll still go back there for 250 fucking gold. Because reasons. Why do you need that much gold? You know what? How about you mind your fucking business? Penis. I don't need freaking jewels and money. I need freaking health. That is not health either. Oh, man, this game's kicking my ass. Oh no! I think that's all I had in my tank. Oh, that was embarrassing. So the enemies can see you before they're within line of sight, and so they can already initiate their attack before you even see them. So as soon as they're within view, they're already initiating their attack. So your reaction time is like less than a quarter of a second. And I'm not on those levels of sumbitch just right now. Oh, what was that? Almost missed that. I don't know, the game has a tendency of lulling you into a false sense of security because, you know, the first level is relatively easy. There we go, baby. Oh. It's only because I really wanted this last round. Fuck off! Yeah, because I really wanted to jump up with all that shit going down. Yeah, the game knows it screwed me, so they're like, here's a runner-up consolation prize. Fuck. I swear, I'll buy the DLC one. I'll buy the full game and the DLC, just because I put in so many hours. I feel like even though I can play for free on Game Pass, I believe the devs deserve to get the money. You know what I'm saying? I'll go pick up that shield so I have something. I keep on forgetting I have the shield usually when I have it. You know, I'm not even going to go to the toxic sewers. It can go fuck itself. I don't want to fight conjunctivitis again. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jellybean? You know what I mean. I don't know about you, but you, you're on the same page. Oops. I'm replacing that as soon as I get a chance. Oh, okay, so as soon as I die or just randomly decide that it's over, it's over. Now, what's this HBO Max shit? You watching House of the Dragon or whatever? Oh, fucking 4,900 for real? That was dumb. Never go through the spikes if you got a choice. Oh, fuck you! Fuck you again! Oh, bullshit. He shouldn't have hit me on that. So I picked up the electricity that I said I don't like picking up because, you know, I'm not used to defense. You know what I'm saying? I'm just an offensive character. Oh. All about that offense. First must learn to defend. Oh, by the way, Cobra Kai had a pretty decent ending. I'm not going to spoil any of it for any of you guys who are into it, but honestly, between the fan service and all the other shit, it was a fun little show. It's cheesy, it's corny, but so is most movies in the 80s, so I forgive it. I forgive it for that factor. Anybody else into Cobra Kai? Just me? Okay. Oh, you dodgy motherfucker? Alright, cool. I'll kick you straight in the dick, sir. Or in your lady dick, don't matter to me. Knock, knock. Oh, okay. Oh. Fuck out my face with that dumb shit. Oh, you're invisible. Prison depths. Don't mind if I do. We'll go back to prison depths. No, we can't go to prison depths because we need to get the damn key. What level was it that I died on? Fuck, don't even remember. Can't believe you assholes clowned me on fucking needing a nap yesterday. Or was it the day before? I don't even know. Assholes. Assholes! Ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. That was a good fart right there. You guys heard it? Great. If you didn't hear it, it happened. It happened. It happened. Ugh. And there's nothing you can do to stop it because it's now in the past. Almost missed that. Ooh, almost missed that. Ooh, piece of candy. I didn't know James Woods got so excited for pieces of candy randomly laying on the ground, but apparently Hollywood does not pay as well as we'd like to believe. Oh, really? I roll. Get the fuck out of here, man. Oh my god, this fucking game. On principle, I refuse to heal. If it kills me, then so be it. Alright, that's it for me. I can't deal with this fucking horseshit shenanigans. I roll, but they're like, nope, we're gonna bounce you off the electric fucking damn boogaloo. I don't like it. They'll do what they do. So any thoughts, any comments on the book we read tonight? Teenage sex. Teenage drug abuse. Good stuff. That's all I need. I don't need no. Oh, what? Bloodthirsty shield. Okay, cool. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, that's a really good one right there. That was one of the first ones I made. That's the Angry Chew. I made that on MS Paint. I know, right? Mad skills. No, I've seen some really great work done on MS Paint, which is shocking because the tools are so minimal and basic. Oops. Should have done brutality, not tactics. Yeah, it's not Pikachu. This is what I do. Even when I say I quit, you know, like I'll probably like at least complete the first level after ending the stream. But it's okay. He's okay. Like, to get really good at MS Paint, you have to be super nitpicky and like zoom in on the pixels. I'm okay. Like, my personal art style, what I can do with MS Paint is almost truly representative of what I can do in real art. Which I've never really respected digital art as a medium because it's too easy to transfer it into mass production and so on and so forth. But you know, it's fine. Penises. Ooh, a spike sword. We'll take that. Put that here, and we'll take that here. Waffles indeed. Is there a switch right here? Oh, there it is. Fuck it, we'll go to toxic sewers. Why not? Because it leads to worse places. Oh yeah, like ancient sewers. And then after ancient sewers, it's conjunctivious. Huh. Ancient sewers is a pain in the dick. Waffles. It can be alright, depending on... God damn, this is a fucking tower and a half. Really, that hurt me? I'm gonna get you, motherfucker. Gimp. Oh no! Of course they give me the alchemic carbine for free when I'm not running that class. Oh, it's an art thing. Okay. You know what? I need to get into Photoshop. Like, I feel like I could do a lot of fucking damn just dumb shit with it. Oh, you want to come back? Oh yeah, you had to think about that one, didn't you? You're like, ouchies. Three seconds, I'm about to burn you alive. Whee! God, what a terrible way to go. Yeah, we were on Illustrator when I went to which version was it though? I think it was like 4 or 5.0, something like that. It was definitely a long time ago. I want to talk about it. The problem with any of that is, like, I still have a pen and paper 2D way of thinking about things. Like, I'm impressed with the amount of detail that, like, some of these fully 3D renderings people make, but I don't respect it because it's digital. I understand it takes a lot of skill and time, blending tools, and just a good eye for proportions and shit, but it just... I don't know why I don't respect digital art. I don't. You know what? The same reason why I don't like painting is probably the same reason why I don't like digital art. There's too many cheats to cover up flaws in your technique and so on and so forth. You're a Control-Z away from fixing a very bad move, you know? Oh. It's like I disrespect the art form as a whole, but I do respect talent and skill when I see it. It just seems like another way to cheat to making phenomenal artwork. I don't want this shit. I have to think about it. Oh, katana, 2269. Whoa. Oh, that's the hard light sword. Fuck. Never mind. No, we don't want that. I wasn't paying attention. Me not paying attention? What? Were we talking about something? Oh, he fucked me up with that one. Bitch. I was surprised it survived that long. Oh, fuck right off! Oh my god, did you see the game fucking slow down to the point where it wouldn't move? That sounds like cheating to me. I suppose, you know, glass house and all, because, you know, the canvases that I made, I used an overhead projector because I wanted the proportions to be exactly perfect. I could have gotten it very close, like within, we'll say 97-98%, but at the same time, I wanted to be just right. Like, the only addition I really made was the nipple and a couple sketch lines. Oh, man. Have I mentioned I love One Piece? I don't think I have. Hey, just in case you didn't know, I love One Piece. I'm sure you figured it out, but, you know, the company's all like, you can't use our music, copyright. I'm like, bitch, I ain't even fucking making money off this shit, like, for real. Y'all motherfuckers need to calm down with the bullshit. Do they calm down with the bullshit? Of course not. Why would they calm down with the bullshit? They can't help themselves. They're bots. Filthy fucking bots. I can't believe you don't have a 3D printer. Cheetah's making celebrity replica dildos. Life size, 1-to-1. I mean, you could probably get an older one for pretty cheap. I've got this bodybuilder mini Pikachu that my buddy made for me. Yeah, I don't think he made it specifically for me, but he gave it to me, which I thought was kind of fucking hilarious. But I got it. I still got to take off the outer, for lack of a better word, scaffolding or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and sand it down and maybe paint it. Yep, we're doing it. Going to the bank. Because we're dumb. That's a big old swig of whiskey right there. Good times. That creek water is fucking strong. It's potent. It's probably not going to help me complete the bank, but you know. Whatever. Blue. Green. So BGs. Or BGR, or bigger. Wow. It's not starting off well. Oh. Cursed chest running brutality? Oh, that's gonna be rough for me. No, what the fuck? No, get your ass back up there. Boy, if you don't stop playing with me. God damn, this bitch fucking thumps. Don't you dare. Really, bitch? Do I want any of this? No, I don't. Like, I want a metal 3D printer so I can print guns. And then... who knows? Maybe I'll sell them to the urban youth that the left seems to care so much about. That didn't do nothing wrong. Oh, ATF is investigating me already. I know. I mean, fast compared to what? I can print out a freaking damn 4K resolution picture and way faster than you can print a 3D figure. Oh. that's a dumb comparison, but shut up. Made sense in my head at the time. Oh, did you want to see my mix amp? I'm going to show you anyways, because, you know, this is the mix amp. I haven't used it yet, but I'm going to hook it up to the optical out, and hopefully I'm going to have a better experience with the thing. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Better audio experience than what I'm suffering through right now. Oh, mother... really? Fucking really? Oh my god. Alright, now I'm officially done. Anyways. What uses a 4K screen? Well, you know, maybe instead of... see, now that you can't freaking damn give reviews on Amazon, instead of spending money on your cat, you should spend money on that 3D printer of yours. And you can make action figures of me. Come on now, how many fat action figures are there? Like, hardly any. What's not a Walkman? Oh, by the by, if you have... wait. The fuck is that? They just released... I'm assuming the final season of Cobra Kai, and it was dope. I enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure it's not a Walkman because it's got more ins and outs. Like, check this out. Right on the in, it's got a line in, like it's got a 3.5mm auxiliary jack, and it's also got an optical in. And on the outs, it's got the headphone jack, and it's got shit for the stream as well. But since that's already all set up through the capture card, I don't have to worry about that stuff. Yeah. I've had a couple Walkmans and Discmans throughout my life, for sure. I was really hoping Minidisc would take off because, you know, the most aggravating thing about owning CDs was the fact that they'd get scratched up so easy. Even if you kept them in the case, they're just like, I'm gonna get random scratches now and no longer play your favorite song. And Minidisc, like, yeah, it couldn't hold as much information as a full CD, but at the same time, it could hold, I think, 45 minutes. and most albums were 45 minutes or less anyways. So, you know, it was like a floppy that had a CD in it instead, so it could hold more information than a floppy, obviously. But I had a Sony MDX10 or whatever. It was a mini component stereo system that had a mini disc player / recorder built into it. So what I would do was I would take my favorite CDs and I would just make a mix on that, you know, but I never ended up buying a mini Discman because, you know, or a Discman because, well, they were very expensive at the time. Yeah, I know, I'm dating myself. Don't judge me. I don't know why you're so judgmental. What the fuck is that? I've never seen that before. It doesn't matter if CDs are going the way of cassettes, because as long as there are people that are under 50 that still believe in hard copy music, you know, there will still be random people out there. Because who would have thought that fucking records would have made a comeback? And here, the worst analog recording fucking format of all fucking time. Well, I mean, records are by far the worst sound quality of, I guess you want to say modern, whether it's magnetic or optical. Records are the first recording fucking what formats out there. That's the word I was looking for. And yet, well, that's 10 years. And you know what? I'm not buying digital shit. So guess what? I might have to get a record player in 10 years. Shut your whore mouth. That's true, and it sucks because, I mean, hell, my current PC, which is a Frankenstein hodgepodge of things, our second stimmy check went towards my PC. And no, it's not off the store HP or anything. Yeah, but once again, if people actually read the fucking fine print, they would know that they don't own that material in any way, shape, or form. The worst part is they can remove it from your hard drive, stuff that you
Fuck this
paid
shit,
for.
I'm out.
Exactly. And they don't have to refund your money or give you a justification for removing it. So, I mean, it's all good. Yeah, I'm done too. It's just one of those weird situations where buyer beware. You know, I've had digital shit disappear on the 360 that I bought for my stupid ass avatar like an idiot that just randomly disappeared. And it's frustrating. It's just like, I understand it's digital shit, but at the same time, once you pay money for something... What? You're in Minecraft? Oh, that's right. You're at work still. You know, once you pay money for something, I believe that logically it should belong to you at that point. But with digital, they're like, we can take our fingers and not even spit on it and then ram our fist up your ass and take it back and not justify it in any way, shape, or form or refund your money. And it's just gone. That's why I don't like DLC. I don't like downloadable bullshit. But, you know, that's... besides the point. Good night, everybody. I will be on tomorrow night at 9 p.m. with our third ever Bobby Ross Wednesday, and hopefully I can finish Zorro, which it's going to be a tough sell because I've got a lot of area to do. But anyways, good night, everybody. Love you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in for Books and Bourbon, which turned into Dead Cells Bourbon, whatever. Penises. You guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you mañana, or, well, later today. Good night, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. Much love.